hope you have been able to rest in your first night in Manaus. We will be starting the meeting with the first session of the day. Não, mas acho que o problema foi no sistema lá. Okay. Okay. The first session of the day will be a thematic session on biodiversity, a living treasure, and a global solution. And I have the pleasure to invite Professor Jailson de Andrade, who's the National Vice President of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, to coordinate the session.
Good morning for everyone. This thematic session is focused on biodiversity, a living treasure, and a global solution. The speakers will be Professor Adalberto Luiz Val from Brazil, Professor Kaoru Kitajima from Japan, and Professor Ricardo Abramovai from Brazil. Briefly, Professor Adalberto Luiz Val is a biologist with postdoctoral degree from the University of British Columbia, no Canada. He studies biological adaptation to environmental changes, both natural and human-induced, in natural and agricultural environments. At the National Institute for Research of the Amazon, INPA, since 1981, he has been involved in understanding the educational, scientific, and technological needs for the Amazon region. He served as a general director of INPA from 2006 to 2014. Adalberto Luiz Val is vice president of the Brazilian Academy of Sciences for the Northern region. In 1917, he accredited as an adjunct professor at the Graduate School of Laval University in Canada. In 2021, he was elected full member of the World Academy of Science to us. Professor Val, please come here. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jailson, for this introduction. It's fantastic to have all of you here for this fantastic meeting. Before I start, I would like to invite you all to visit our museum across the street, just a few meters from here, at the lunchtime, so you can have a more general glimpse of the Amazon. Can I have the first slide? Is this one? I don't know if I have, yes, it works. You have my directions here. If you want to write and ask things about the Amazon, I'll be very, very pleased to answer. Oh, yes. This beautiful picture from Narvo is just to remind us about how the Amazon is a metaphor. It can be connected practically to everything. The Amazon is biodiversity. The Amazon is about biodiversity, but also the region connects climate, water, and life. Yes, human life too, at a global scale. So when we talk about the Amazon, this metaphor, it's about everything that we have in this region. And it needs to be Jesus. And when we talk about the Amazon, we need to remember that it represents a long, long history of tectonisms and climate changes. If we go to the first moment here, this red point here, when the Andes start to uplift, it means about 65 million years ago. And that means from that moment on, we have an evolution of all the organisms that we have here in the Amazon. And during this period, these organisms start to change and adapt to the region changes in general. And that means, from that moment on, we stop at the connection between the Atlantic and Pacific, and the Andes Mountain is growing, starts to grow up to the north here, up to this moment, 2.5 million years ago. And that means that we still have movements, some river catches, some connections, some lakes formation in the region, changes in environmental conditions, temperature, oxygen, and pH of the water, and then the organism must adapt to these changes. Remember, we are talking about millions of years, but the system is changing much, much faster than it was in the past. And another important characteristic of the Amazon is that the biome extends all over the north part of South America. 8 countries plus French Guiana. And within the Brazilian territory, it represents around 60% of the region. And it is about the size of the Europe. Here we plotted the European countries and make a comparative size from the Maranhão border here, Tocantins, and Mato Grosso up. So it's a huge region. And this request that we think about the region in terms of the scale of the region, what it represents for the whole region. And if I have to choose one picture that represents environmental diversity here, I would choose this one. This is the water meeting, the Rio Negro and the Rio Solimões. Rio Negro and Rio Solimões, just in front of Manaus. If you have a chance, go there and you can see exactly this picture there. It's beautiful. And this black water here is very acidic, very high in DOC, dissolved organic carbon, and very low in sodium, potassium, and calcium. However, we have more than 1,000 fish species living in these waters. It contrasts with the Solimões water, that pH is near neutral, very low in DOC, but very high in silt, relatively high sodium, potassium, calcium, and more than 2,500 fish species living in these waters. Jesus. Para cima apaga. Foi para o céu. Goes to the sky. I think that I'll ask to change there. It's much better, I think. Remember, if we when we talk about diversity in the Amazon, I think this paper from Guayasamín is very important. Some 40,000 species of vascular plants, more than 1,500 species of butterflies, and carrying more than 425 mammals, amphibians and reptiles, birds, and near 3,000 different fish species in the Amazon. Just 100 by 100 meters square in the Amazon has more species than the whole Europe in general. So it's a tremendous diversity. Next, please. Next one, please. So this is just some pictures of this diversity. Several fish species here, and I would like to pinpoint these ones. The electric eel that can discharge some 600 volts for the people that, navigate in the forest in general. And the pirarucu here, that grows up to 250 kilos, but grows 15 kilos in the first year of life. So it's very important animal for food security, for example, here. And a tremendous diversity of plants, aquatic plants, fungus, and also insects. We don't know exactly how many species of insects we have in the Amazon. Next one, please. And we are talking about a fantastic dynamic system with a crest of water every July and very regular crest along the years. And a draw here in November, December. So during the high water, we can see in some places like Anavilhanas and Marchantaria Island here in this case, the upper part of the trees outside the water. During the receding water, we have a situation like this, and very low water, a situation like this one here. And back there, we have the forest that are these ones here. So during the dry season, we have the river channel, the floodplain areas, the isolated lakes here, and the terra firme. Then during the rainy season, we have the water reaching the terra firme forest in general. And during the dry season, we have the receding water, and the system goes like that every year. Next one, please. But during the last 50 years, there is a tremendous decrease in the Living Planet Index. Here, would imagine number 1 here, that's the index, and over this period, we lost near 69%. That means the value measures change in abundance in 38.427 during this period. A tremendous loss of species in general. Next one, please. In freshwater species population, the numbers are even more drastic. We lost near 83% of freshwater population over the last 50 years. So it's a tremendous decline on freshwater population. And if we have to pinpoint one group, the amphibians are the most endangered group in this matter. Next one, please. In the Amazon in particular, we have a tremendous anomalies over this period in terms of temperature anomalies over this period, with an increase of up to 1 degree Celsius in 2019. So the most endangered species are those that live in small second order water bodies inside the forest. But in some places of the Amazon, the temperature can increase up to 5 degrees Celsius up to 2050. And that means a big problem for the aquatic biota of the Amazon in general. Next one. Is the same thing with water level oscillation. Here is the variation of the floods from 1900 up to 2020, and observe that during the last 30 years, we have an increase in the floods in the region, and compared to the drought period, we have over the same period a decrease here. So the amplitude increased a lot over the last 30 years. That means we have a situation with high floods like this one, particularly for the Ribeirinhos in general. And here is the Rio Negro. Back there is the bridge connecting Manaus to Iranduba. And here is the Rio Negro just in front of Manaus during the drought last 2023. Next one, please. So the impact of climate changes on Amazonian waters affects the temperature of the waters. The warm waters is becoming warmer. The acidic waters like Rio Negro are becoming more acidic. They present lower pH. And the hypoxic water that we have in the Amazon is becoming even more hypoxic. For the aquatic biota, we call these changes as the death trio for the organisms in general. Next one, the death trio, warming, acidification, and hypoxia, is causing a tremendous fish die in the Amazon. Tons and tons of fish dying when we have an increase in temperature, because the organisms are very sensitive to temperature. And that means a big problem for food security in the Amazon, as 90% of the protein consumed by the people in the region come from fish. So as fish die, the people cannot collect the fish for daily use, for daily feeding. Next one, please. And here is a representation of the changes in the temperature, daily maximum temperature. Note here that in some moments we have temperatures surpassing 40 degrees Celsius, particularly in 2023 and 2024. The next one, please. Here is the same thing showing here. This is 2023. Not here that in some periods we have temperature reaching near 41 degrees Celsius in the water. It's a very high temperature. Look here, we did these experiments. We measured the sensitivity of all this group of fish for thermal tolerance, the critical thermal tolerance. Here is the caracid group. The caracid group includes all the fish that people use to feed, to collect and use as food. And note here that they have a critical thermal tolerance around 32 degrees Celsius. So you can imagine what happened with fish when the temperature reached 41 degrees Celsius. So it's a big problem. Even the more resistant fish that are the cichlid, caras for example, they can tolerate maximum 38, 39 degrees Celsius. So when the temperature of the water reaches 40, 41 degrees Celsius, there is very high mortality of the organisms in general. Next one, please. So what we did in our laboratory, that is just across the street here, we built 4 climate rooms that simulate the environmental scenario for the year 2100. So we have in the forest a tower that collects the information and send the information to the computers in the laboratory every minute, day and night, 365 days a year. And the system here controls the situation here inside the climate rooms, and controls for temperature, CO2, humidity, and luminosity. And we have a control, low, moderate, and high emission scenarios as foreseen by IPCC for the year 2100. In these conditions, in these rooms, we incubate several organisms from the Amazon and see what happened, how they can respond to these environmental challenges. Next one, please. So for the tambaqui, Colossoma macropomum, in the intermediary and drastic scenario, there is an increase in lordosis, kyphosis, scoliosis, mandibular problems, malformation, and several other changes. 40% of the animals present some skeletal deformations, so they cannot survive in nature in general. That's a big problem. Next one, please. And also more recently, we observed that the animals start to present a kind of microcephaly in the proportion of 4 microcephalous animals every 10 analyzed animals in nature. So that's a tremendous increase compared to the natural situation, the current scenario, 2 in 1,000 animals presenting this kind of deformation. Next one, please. So the Amazon is facing a critical moment. Draws last longer, floods are unpredictable, and rivers run shallow and hot. In 2023, we have a tremendous, massive fish kills revealed, but not by an accident, but a warning, a system near its limits. It repeated in 2024. And it's not only about fish. When fish die, family lose food, income, and identity. In the Amazon, rivers are not just water. They are life. They are culture. They are memory. And this should be preserved. Next one, please. And connected to these other challenges in the Amazon, mining, plastic pollution, deforestation, climate changes are a big challenge for the people living in the region. Next one, copper mining, for example, at Rio Salobo increases a lot the amount of copper in the water and the sediment, cadmium, crude oil. And here, remember, for every oil barrel mined, 9 barrels of produced water come out. And this produced water has a lot of these metals that are reinjected under pressure in the wells. And this is a big problem because the water percolates to the small stretches that we have in the region. And mercury. Mercury is a big problem in the Amazon these days, particularly contaminating the fish that the people eat, and the mercury bioaccumulate in the organisms of humans. Next one, particularly at the Indians region. Next one, please. Plastic is a big problem in the Amazon, and the Amazon carries the plastic to the Atlantic Ocean, and these plastics are conducted upstream to the North American general. And we have found plastics here represent in many different organs of the fish in the Amazon, but particularly in the muscle of fish that is eaten by humans. Next one, please. So what we observed in general is, as we have an increase in temperature in general, only the fish that developed some kind of adaptation that can survive the this situation, particularly regarding the CO2, pH, and oxygen. The lips of the tambaqui, the high hemoglobin oxygen affinity in some caracides, and the pH resilience in some anostomid fish, and the CT max, the temperature sensitivity in some cichlid fishes of the Amazon. So global changes and physiological challenges for fish of the Amazon today cannot be sufficient to animals to survive the deep challenges caused by climate changes here in the region. Next one, please. So biodiversity, on the other hand, is a global solution. Biodiversity, for sure, is our best insurance against uncertainty. Each species adds resilience, stabilizing ecosystem and buffering climate shocks. Nature-based solutions are living processes. Forests regulate rain, floodplains filter water, and fish redistribute nutrients. The Amazon is our greatest laboratory of resilience, sustained by the people who know and protected it. Must remember that we have people living in the Amazon, not just animals and plants. Next one. This is a reflection that we published in Science a few years ago now, 3 years ago now. And this is a discussion about these COPs. We have a COP for climate change that will occur in Belém in a few days. COP of biodiversity occurred in Colombia a few times ago. But we don't have a COP of social problems. And all of them are dependent on climate changes. Why we have people discussing climate changes in Belém, discussing biodiversity in other places, not connecting things, and not discussing the social problems caused by climate changes in general. I think that we should have all these big problems connecting and discussing together in the same place. Next one, please. So my view, learning from variability. Variability is the heart of life and science. It means possibility to adjust, to improvise, and to survive. As fish adapt to changing water, we must adapt our ways of living and stay within the planet limits. Biodiversity is coexistence. Learning to live with, not against, variability. Science alone is not enough. We need empathy, cooperation, and courage to build bridges across knowledge, regions, and generations. Education is fundamental. During our lifetime, we are not going to see big changes, but the young ones will do. So we have to educate and have to have the message across the people and change our legislation. In our legislation, we have an anthropocentric view, the man on top of everything who must change to ecocentric. We are part of the system, and we have to recognize the rights of nature. Next one, please. So the road to COP30, an Amazon call. As COP30 approaches in Belém, the world will look to the Amazon not only for its forests, but for its wisdom. The lessons of coexistence were written in every river, every route, and every scale of a fish. The science pavilion we are building there will be a meeting place for scientific and ancestral voices, where biodiversity will not just be measured, but must be heard. The Amazon can offer a new narrative of connection, not separation, where protecting life is an act of intelligence and gratitude. Next one, please. So let me end here where I began, in the rivers. If biodiversity is a treasure, it is one to be nurtured, renewed, and protected together. The Amazon teaches that life endures through diversity, through the constant interplay of difference and adaptation. Listen closely. Diversity is life's way of surviving change. At COP30, may we carry this lesson forward, not only as scientists or policymakers, but as citizens of a living planet. Biodiversity is our living treasure, our best hope for the future. Next one. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for Dr. Val for this fantastic presentation, and the discussions will be after the presentations. The next speaker is Kaoru Kitajima. Kaoru Kitajima, she has held the faculty positions at Kyoto University since 2013, and the University of Florida from 1997 to 2013. She received a PhD from the University of Illinois, and specialized in plant physiological ecology and studied the functions and sustainability of tropical forest ecosystems. Forest ecosystems in Latin America, Southeast Asia, and Africa. She has contributed to international efforts for forest conservation and sustainability management. For example, as a leader author for the IPCC Special Report on Climate Change and Land. She is currently a member of the Science Council of Japan, and the president of the Ecological Society of Japan. Her current research efforts focuses on biodiversity and ecosystem functions of the seasonal dry tropical forest in northeast Madagascar. Please, Dr. Kaoru Kitajima, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for this such a special invitation to Manaus and the IMPA, a place I always wanted to come, and this was the first time. So I really want to thank the Brazilian Academy of Science for putting together this amazing event. Now, I think go high up and go this way. I don't know. This way. Here we go. I come from historic Kyoto, but in the context of today's meeting, maybe you want to think about historic Kyoto Protocol of 1997. There is a Broadway show going on right now, which started in London. My daughter in New York said, oh gosh, she loved it. So, we have come a long way, from Kyoto to Belém, COP3 to COP30. Kyoto Protocol is so important because all these nations agreed on something that we need to do something and track the greenhouse gas emission. Great. But at that time, there was no agreement about deforestation or forest conservation because at the time, there was a political issue of tropical countries that could not be included because of the position of developed countries. But we have come a long way. There are several COPs in which some changes have happened. COP11 Montreal, COP30 Bali, Indonesia, COP16 Cancun, Mexico, and then COP21, which many of you talk about because it's a more recent one. But COP30, I think this is going to be a very important one because we'll be finally putting a tropical forest in the front of the discussion. Sorry, I think, so let me go back a little bit. I am here to represent the Science Council of Japan, and we are talking transdisciplinary discussion about how we can achieve carbon neutrality. As a developed nation, which is the consumer side of the global resource economy, we are really keenly aware in order to achieve the global carbon neutrality, we need to think about the entire system. Talking about the energy sector, talking about sustainable circular economy, etc. So we have several initiatives within Science Council to have a transdisciplinary discussion. 22 to 24, we came up with this figure that talk about the complexity of the system. And of course, being in the developed nation and city-rich nation, we talk more about how we may want to be putting, stop in fossil fuel emission, carbon neutrality, especially large carbon footprint sectors such as, airplane, etc. But how can we actually achieve all these complex issue of carbon neutrality, circular economy, and being nature positive as well? This is a major challenge we are facing. Sorry, the other way around. Come on. So the one thing I want to bring attention to this table is we really need to think about global food system sustainability. We talk about upstream, middle stream, and downstream. So production landscape needs to be sustainable. Midstream, distribution, storage, processing, transportation, energy need, all these things need to be sustainable. Downstream, sales, consumption, reducing food waste, all these need to be concerned because it feeds back to the upstream issue. But within the upstream production landscape, we need to think about also the upstream, midstream, downstream. We need forested hills with high biodiversity to regulate water and prevent soil erosion. That's a major ecosystem. It's provided by mountains. Sorry, not yet. Come back. And then clean water in rivers and lakes for irrigation water. We just heard about how important it is for the biodiversity of fish species in Amazon. And local livelihood. So that's an image of someone fishing in Indonesia. It came from the C4 website. And then that clean water supply, also regulation of flooding and sedimentation is important for sustainable agriculture. This last image comes from Madagascar. Now, this image comes from IPCC IAR 6, Assessment Report 6, and it has showing two contrasting images of our potential future. Actually, right now, we are heading to the right image, nasty future of negative spiral of deforestation and land conversion resulting in habitat loss, loss of biodiversity, and we are also losing local livelihood. How can we change this to a more sustainable future? The one at the left, green future. High resilience to climate change can be achieved by forest production, practices to local and indigenous knowledge, and climate-friendly forest governance, which can be resulting in sustainably managed tropical forest, which is also a resilient system. But what is ecological resilience? Come on. Ecological resilience was coined by CS Buzz Holling in 1973. Ecological resilience, the magnitude of disturbance that can be absorbed before the system changes its structure to another state. The right side is a famous Buzz diagram of how the system can bounce back to original state. But also here's a little nasty exit sign that we can have a system degrading to really bad status. Well, there may be also alternative state. This is about the dryland system paper in Science. So the ecosystem ecologist model situations, and then, there may be two stable status. So this is a better one in which there is a great better multifunctionality, switching to another lower, less desirable status. So that's ecological theory about resilience. So let's go back to the forest. Forests are particularly important for conservation, biodiversity, reducing climate change impacts because forests are home to more than 80% of all terrestrial species of animal, plants, and insects. Forests are the most cost-effective way to fight climate change. I don't have to convince that to this crowd, I guess, but forest-based climate change, it's a proven the cost-effective method that for mitigation, and both the mitigation and adaptation, if fully implemented, could reduce greenhouse gas emission by 15 gigatons of carbon dioxide by year 2050, which is necessary in order to keep the climate warming within 2 degrees. This was from the IPCC Climate Change and Land Report, which is also repeated in the AR6. But the biggest threat to forests is agriculture. Agriculture, forest, and other land change, AFOLU, but we need to produce food too. So how can we ensure sufficient food and adequate nutrition for all people on the planet while protecting biodiversity and climate? It's a major, major challenge that we are facing now. And this is a picture from Curtis et al. 2018, which summarizes the key drivers of forest cover loss, which differ among regions. So red is the commodity-driven deforestation, like soybean fields and the cattle ranch in Amazon and Brazil, oil palm plantation in Southeast Asia. These are keys, but the next yellow one, shifting agriculture, is a main reason in Africa. But also wildfire, which seems to be mostly in northern Alaska and Siberia. Not just that. I'm coming to this next slide. Oops, sorry. This is the latest, one of the latest slides from the World Resources Institute. And the tropical primary forest loss increased 80% from 2023 to 2024. So here is the forest loss by other causes in green, but forest loss due to fire skyrocketed in 2024. So the key question is, will burnt down forest recover? That's a really important question. Now, forests that historically never or rarely burning due to anthropogenic pressure exacerbated climate change. People are cutting forests, making them fragmented and more likely to burn, and encroachment by people and agriculture to remaining natural forest is a major, major issue. But we also want to pay attention. What is the proper stewardship for managing these tropical forests to keep them from burning? But we also need to understand there are forests that need to be burned to maintain as well. So then the ecologists have been thinking about these issues, but the key 4 questions are: how do dry season length and severity affect flammability of forest? Did the trees did the trees making up the community evolve with recurrent fire? Are biological resources available for vegetation recovery and recolonization? Meaning, okay, after being burnt, the trees in the ash field, is there enough soil nutrients to allow them to come back? Do essential soil mineral elements remain after fire? So these are some of the key questions I think the scientists need to work. So let me bring attention a little bit to forests outside of the rainforest of Amazon. A lot of tropical forests actually, seasonal dry forest, like the one here. But there may be dry season lengths, no rain or little rain from 4 to 8 months. But it's also known as savanna climate. But whether it's a dry forest, dense forest, or savannas depend on fire and grazing regimes. So if it's resilient, fire tends to push them to savanna-like open canopy system. But when there is a fire suppression, it may go back to dense forest. If the system is resilient, I would like to pay attention to, say, certain savannas in Brazil, which are very important. Cerrados are very, very important. So are they in other countries, too. So how does the fire modify? Are these dry forest systems always resilient? Some are. There is a negative correlation between fire frequency and intensity. So frequently burnt forest, fire-dependent forests, including cerrados here in Brazil. And the frequent fire means lower intensity. So the trees tolerate low-intensity fire. Fire-tolerant forests with intermediate frequency and intensity of burn, some of many pine forests in northern temperate zone, as well as dry eucalyptus forests in Australia. And some of the tall, wet eucalyptus forests in Australia, as well as some pine forests in Florida that I'm familiar with. The intense fire can cause stand-level replacement. All the trees die, but they release seeds so that forest can regenerate. But these are 3 different kinds of, roughly speaking, fire-resilient forest. But I want to bring attention to this last one, forests that historically never experienced fire, which include rainforests, dense seasonally dry forests also. You cannot assume because it's dry forest, it can tolerate fire. So, non-resilient forest, what are the characteristics? Dominant trees show no adaptation to fire, and human impacts cause regime shift. When there are new ignition sources from flash and burn or pasture burning, forest fragmentation due to fragmentation drying forest interior, and climate change-driven heat and drought. All these factors can cause fire where there is no fire previously, and then causing catastrophic burn and permanent regime shift. So let me take you to Madagascar, which is also a piece of Gondwana, former Gondwana land, separated from Africa for about 100 million years ago. It has totally unique biodiversity of 90% or over of most of the terrestrial organisms, including plants and animals, are endemic, found only in Madagascar, including lemurs. So Madagascar has rainforest and seasonally dry forest with wide range of rainfall, 500 to 2,000 millimeter, which comes in just 5 to 7 months of dry season, wet season, and spiny thickets. One problem of Madagascar is that drought is exacerbated and driving people out of this southwestern region. They're migrating to north because they have no food to eat. And this is causing fire in northwestern part of Madagascar. This is Ankara-Fantsika National Park, 130,000 hectares. That's where I've been working. But it has protected the largest remnant of original seasonal dry forest. But it's surrounded by a lot of fire in the surrounding areas. It's highly threatened. Indeed, entire northwestern Madagascar dry forest has higher deforestation rate than the rest of Madagascar. And what is causing the fire? Because of the encroachment people and for immigration from the drought-stricken southwest and local population growth result in non-sustainable slash and burn. They are desperate to produce whatever they can make money of, charcoal or maize or grazing, etc. So the problem is when the last result of the northwestern dry forest burns down, it causes degradation of soil and destroys the irrigation system that feeds the rice fields downstream. There are two kinds of natural ecosystem within Ankaranfalska National Park. Savannas up on the hill, it's very stable, very hard red clay soil, but it's a very stable savanna system which tolerates fire, and then forests on white sand. Two systems. Now, we've been working for 6 years to create a forest dynamics plot. We marked over 40,000 stems, over 5 centimeters in diameter in 15 hectares, and 60,000 additional trees of smaller size in the central 6 hectares. Okay, there are 147 tree species, and it's relatively low stature, dense forest, nothing like majestic Amazon rainforest. However, it holds diversity, supporting 8 species of lemur. Indeed, when we do the calculation, then 29% of forest biomass is made up of trees dispersed by lemurs. So seed dispersed by animals is very important. It's their critical habitat, but they are threatened. Now, density of stems with greater than 1 centimeter diameter, 12,000 stems per hectare. That's much higher than other dry forests in the other part of the world. So this is a very special forest dominated by evergreen trees. So more than half of the tree species are evergreen. Why? It has a very severe dry season on the same site, but you can see that most of the trees during the 7-month dry season keep some leaves. This is because the soil is sandy, very sandy. White sand forest, which you have here in Amazonian Upper Rio Negro, I believe. But it's a dry white sand forest, very different from here. So the question is, how do evergreen trees growing on coarse white sand manage to obtain water and nutrient to survive and grow? And how vulnerable are they when they face fire? So these are the questions I'm asking with my colleagues. So dense root mat at the top 20 centimeter, it's on just a pile of white sand, no soil structure, except at the top layer there is dense root mat that support forest and the evergreen trees. But when there is fire, this is the result of the 2021 fire. Left side burned for the first time, right side managed to escape because there is a trail system and people worked hard to stop the fire. Well, looks like some trees survived, but fast fire result, back. Fast fire, some trees are alive, but a lot of dead fuel that result in catastrophic fire second time around. So fast fire makes the forest vulnerable to repeated fire, which destroy the system. Rapid desertification can happen. So that's what's going on in northwestern Madagascar. And hey, come on, next please. Next. Oh, Ixita. So the soil profile, what happens when the fire comes through? Natural forest has dense root mat. It disappears after one fire and burnt twice or more, resulting in no root. And along with roots, gone is some of the key nutrients that allow the forest recovery. So we have a complete regime shift just by 1 or 2 fires. So fire-driven forest degradation and tree cover loss result in loss of ecosystem services at the landscape level too, such as regulation of water supply, prevention of flash flood, and sedimentation in downstream regions. So the downstream rice paddies, when there is no trees cover, what happens is there is a much more greater soil runoff, which contaminates the water and end up is piling up sand in the downstream rice paddies, and greater the sand depth, lower the rice yield. So forests cover biodiversity forest with all these different tree species adapted to extreme drought and marginal soil nutrient environment. They are providing critical service, even though they may not be the greatest carbon stocks in the planet, but the ecosystem service provided is very important. So His conclusion that from what I have been observing, because forests on relatively fertile soil have been already converted to agriculture. So where are the remaining natural forests? They tend to be found in marginal soils. So that some adaptation by diverse range of tree species hold on to that soil and make it possible. But such ecosystem dominated by evergreen leaves, which are very nutrient efficient kind of functional traits, they have dense root mats and they manage to have a sustainable forest ecosystem. However, when that is burned, the first fire kills most trees and remaining dead wood and roots become fuel to fire a few years later to cause a complete rapid regime shift. I think some of the such things are happening in Brazil as well because of increased burning of rainforest. Fragmented rainforest may be a serious issue here as well. So how can we discuss good stewardship for forest management? Conservation of any remaining natural rainforest, dry forest savannas need to be high priority. But we need to pay attention to what is the fire regime for these forests. And we need to understand the original fire regimes of natural ecosystem. And the restoration goal should not be just to plant more trees, but to expand, not to just plant trees to expand forest cover, but to restore natural ecosystems that are self-sustaining to support biodiversity and ecosystem functions. Thank you for your attention.
So I would like to congratulate Dr. Kaori Kitajima for this exciting presentation. So now, last but not least, I would like to call Dr. Ricardo Abromavai. Ricardo Abromavai is a senior professor at the Institute of Advanced Studies and the Institute of Energy and Environment at the University of São Paulo. He heads the National Institute for Science and Technology, between aspas, overcoming the triple monotony of the agri-food system, close. He is a researcher at the Josué Castro Chair at the School of Public Health of USP. He developed his academic career at the Department of Economics of FEA, USP, where he became a full professor in 2001. He is a lead co-author of the chapter of bioeconomy of the Amazon Science Panel. He served on the board of the Ibirapitanga Institute and is chair of the board of Imaflora. Professor Ricardo Abromavai, please come to the floor.
Morning, everyone. It's a real honor to share this roundtable with Kaoru Kitajima and Adalberto Val. My presentation is I think, very complementary to theirs. I'd also like to thank the Brazilian Academy of Science for the invitation, and Lena Nader. Well, when we speak of the living treasure that biodiversity represents, the focus usually goes to places that are less transformed by humans, especially tropical forests. And of course, this living treasure will only become a real global solution, the title of our roundtable, if these forests, and particularly tropical forests, are protected and if regeneration projects multiply. But the central idea of my talk today is that there's a big gap between how seriously multilateral organizations, governments, social movements, the scientific community, and philanthropy address biodiversity loss in forest areas and the almost complete silence around the destruction of life sources within agricultural and livestock production systems. My presentation has three parts. First, even with all the global concern around tropical forests, protection is still far from the global 30 by 30 goal, meaning 30% of land and sea protected by 2030. And when it comes to the oceans, the situation is even worse. The second part refers to something IPBES pointed out back in 2019, and Kaoru was talking about it, but hasn't received enough attention since. The global agri-food system is the single biggest driver of biodiversity loss. It corresponds to 30% of global emissions and is the main responsible for biodiversity loss, as Kaoru told us. The global agri-food system works until now based on the idea that we face food scarcity and therefore we need to keep producing more and more. It's a clear expression of what we can call the economy of excess. But the way the system works, both the techniques it uses and the results it delivers, is incompatible with the challenges of the 21st century, both for biodiversity and for human health. And in the third part, I will make a few suggestions. Let's start with the 30 by 30 target. It's true that we have seen significant progress in forest protection, for example, the sharp drop in deforestation in Indonesia and more recently in Brazil under Marina Silva's leadership. But even with that, we are still far from the goal. The Protect Planet report shows some progress since 2020, but it also shows that only 70.6% of land and inland waters and 80.4% of the oceans and coastal areas are currently protected worldwide. In Brazil, for example, even though deforestation in the Amazon in 24 hit its lowest level since 2015, 6,000 square kilometers were still lost in 2024. And if we take the Amazon protected areas out of the equation, the rest of the country has less than 5% of its land under protection. The Cerrado has the lowest percentage of fully protected areas among all Brazilian biomes. It currently conserves just 51% of its native vegetation compared to 81% in the Amazon. But the living treasure of biodiversity will not be protected and will not become the foundation of global solutions simply by expanding protected areas or strengthening the forest social biodiversity economy, as important as that may be. We need to go deeper into the conclusion of the 2019 IPBES report, which states, I repeat, that global agri-food system is the most important driver of biodiversity loss. The reason is simple. The techniques that since the early 60s made it possible to dramatically increase production and fight hunger are now exhausted and have become the main threat to food security. Today, what threatens food security is no longer scarcity, it's excess. The world is destroying the ecosystems on which life depends to obtain goods that are, at the same time, drivers of some of the most serious contemporary diseases. In other words, the scientific breakthrough and technological tools that were essential to reducing hunger in the second half of the 20th century have now become the greatest threat to global food security. The global agri-food system rests on three separations, and these lead to three forms of monotony. First, agriculture has separated itself from biodiversity. More than that, it has turned biodiversity into its enemy through the large-scale use of components that threaten the ecosystem services we all depend. According to the new landmark Eat Lancet Commission launched 2 weeks ago, the agri-food system is the largest contributor to the transgression of 5 planetary boundaries. We have already gone beyond nitrogen and phosphorus limits. In Brazil, for example, greenhouse gas emissions from nitrogen fertilizers are higher than those from the entire industrial sector. They also drive the eutrophication of inland waters and the creation of dead zones in the oceans. The impacts of pesticides on biodiversity are also enormous. And as research by Ratan Lau, which is a kind of Nobel Prize of Land Studies, the research by Ratan Lau on global agriculture, and by Instituto Escolhas in Brazil, both show agriculture use more and more pesticides and fertilizers per unit of output. Land productivity goes up, but input productivity plummets. The success of the production techniques that emerged since the Green Revolution has relied on what our research group calls monotony. According to the Kew Royal Botanic Gardens, the world knows more than 7,000 agricultural products, of which about 400 are cultivable. Yet, 75% of our calories come from just 6 crops: soy, wheat, maize, rice, potato, and sugarcane. These crops are grown with methods that treat life, I mean insects, fungi, microorganisms, and their interactions. Life is treated as enemies. Monotony in products and monotony in production techniques are core features of modern agriculture, and they are eroding biodiversity and, with it, food security itself. This link between biodiversity and food security is essential. The second separation and the second monotony at the heart of the contemporary agri-food system is expressed in factory farms, which radically separate animals from their source of food. Its clear example is how China's pork industry depends on plant proteins that come from the other side of the world. This breaks the natural interactions between animals, plants, microorganisms, insects, and fungi, and with that, the ecosystem service they provide. At the same time, factory farm all over the world is one of the main drivers of Brazil agricultural monotony. Soybean alone takes up more than 65% of our farmland. Current climate discussions give little attention to this issue, partly because monogastric animals are not major greenhouse gas emitters. But the way monogastric animals are raised today depends on the large-scale use of antibiotics, a major driver of antimicrobial resistance and the emergence of superbacteria, which the World Health Organization lists among the greatest global health threats. Moreover, animals in confinement compete directly with humans for food. Around 40% of the grain produced worldwide goes to feed these animals in a world that already faces an excess of animal products. I don't have time to go into detail here, but some of the greatest opportunities to truly transform livestock is right in front of us in cattle farming on natural pastures, like those in pampas of Uruguay, Argentina, and Brazil. When combined with more intensive systems that integrate protein-rich plants and tree cover directly into the pastures, the impact can be remarkable, as research from Embrapa shows more and more. These techniques developed by Embrapa and backed by many Brazilian NGOs, including Amazonian NGOs, can slash emissions and restore biodiversity and ecosystem services. Even in the Amazon, which is home to 40% of Brazil's cattle herd, more than 90 million animals. This shows that livestock doesn't have to be a problem, it can also be part of the solution. The third separation and the third monotony is between food and health. Globally, the consumption of ultra-processed foods has exploded. These products now account for 2/3 of all calories consumed in the US and the UK. They are at the root of the global obesity pandemic that reaches no less than 40% of US population and almost the same level in the UK. Obesity is the main driver of today's non-communicable diseases as type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and several types of cancer, which are the diseases that kill the most in the world. Much more than hunger. The link between biodiversity loss, driven not only by the expansion of agricultural frontiers into forests like the Amazon, but also by the very techniques that dominate food, the link between biodiversity loss and human health can no longer be ignored. The global food system stands at an ethical crossroad. We produce more and more, yet we must ask for what purpose and at what cost. Some of the responses to this analysis are already well known and are part of the Belém agenda. Expanding protected areas, financing forest protection and regeneration, such as through the Tropical Forest Forever facility and other measures. But I'd like to put forward 3 additional ideas that follow from this analysis. First, strengthen scientific research and initiative on tropical regenerative agriculture. 20th century agronomy mostly focused on what happens above the ground. Today, science is moving fast in understanding the interaction between microorganisms, fungi, insects, plants, roots, large animals, and the ecosystems functions they support. Regenerative tropical agriculture is about making life, not the destruction of life, the foundation of increased food production. And because tropical regions have the highest density of life, they offer the most promising opportunities. We can see this in Embrapa's research with soybean inoculants, biological nitrogen fixation, and the use of crop diversity to reduce herbicide dependency. The knowledge of what Edward Wilson called in a 1987 paper, the little things that run the world, emphasizing the importance of conservation of invertebrates is crucial. In Brazil, the movement toward a regenerative tropical agriculture is no longer something confined in the academy or in a few niches. The examples in this direction come not only from social movements such as the organic rice production developed by the Brazilian landless movement, or from isolated entrepreneurial actions, but also from large farmers' organizations such as the Sustainable Agriculture Associative Group, Grupo Associado de Agricultura Sustentável, GAAS. This group emerged in the heart of Brazil's main soybean region as a strategic response to the bottleneck and rising costs of the conventional modernization model, showing that the shift towards more sustainable practices is gaining strength across different sectors of agriculture. And the same organizations that were at the origin of the Green Revolution, as the Consultative Group of International Agricultural Research or the Rockefeller Foundation, are working to go beyond the monotony of the agri-food system. The second recommendation is to reduce antibiotic use in factory farms following the 2022 UN conference held in Oman, which set the goal of cutting the total amount of antimicrobials used in agri-food systems by at least between 30 and 50% by 2030. This is a crucial target that implies a necessary de-intensification of animal production. In other words, fewer animals per area, with likely consequence of reducing the demand for plant products used as animal feed. Third, set global targets to reduce the use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides. In the case of fertilizers, their use has a direct impact on greenhouse gas emissions. And in both fertilizers and pesticides, the assault on biodiversity has reached a level that threatens the very ecosystems on which life depends. To sum up, if we want the treasure of biodiversity to become a real global solution, we must address the global agri-food system head-on. The good news is that regenerative tropical agriculture is no longer confined to academic or activists' circles. It's now at the heart of the contemporary science and a priority for major multilateral organizations, as I told, CGIAR and the G20. This is a historic opportunity. We have the knowledge, the tools, and the momentum to shift from a system that depletes life to one that regenerates it. The question is no longer if we can do it, but how fast we are willing to act. Thank you.
So I would like to acknowledge to Dr. Abromavai for this talk, and I would like to invite the Dr. Abromavai and Dr. Kitajima and Dr. Alberto Val to answer some few questions. Please. So Dr. Marco Fortesão says that we can stay here up to 10:40. So, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, panel, for a very good presentation, excellent presentation. I have a question for the first presenter, Professor Alberto Val. You spoke about, not really a question, a suggestion. You spoke about reduction of the biodiversity in Amazon, which is acknowledged, which is due to climate change. You showed things like 83% reduction. You also spoke about electric eel, generating 600 volt. Has any experiment done on getting electric eels in a pond and generating electric current from them to use in community? Is that something that can be looked at? I never heard about that being done, but I think that is something that you could, project in the future to generate sustainable electricity from electric eels. And the second presenter, it is noticeable that forest fires are now widespread in South America. In my country, Guyana, we never heard about forest fire. We know what forest fire in California and so forth, but now it's something that is happening naturally, which is telling us that South America is facing increased global temperature and things needs to be done. More protocols, serious protocols at the upcoming COP30 convention should address these issues in the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the 3 talks. Fantastic. And it seems like you had got together and decided which aspect of biodiversity should be discussed. But as from all your talks, we have solutions. So my question is, how can we from here get to the governments and also other politicians to really make a change at COP30 in Belém? How? Because everybody knows climate change is changing. The environment is changing the way we live, and humanity will not survive. Not only the other species, but also humanity. So how can we address the ones that are going to be there and indeed get to some results? I would love to hear the vision of the 3 of you, because that's going to be very important. We are having this meeting. We have already a statement that's going to be signed or not signed by all the academies, but besides that, I think we all have a responsibility as citizens to try to force some political issues. And thank you again. It was just fantastic. I learned a lot.
Thank you all. I would like mainly to ask Kaoru, but maybe others have something to say, about the potential of land use change as still be the major driver of changes, not only in the Amazon, but other tropical regions. And there is a feeling about us studying climate change in forests around the Amazon that the pace of changes due to climate change is small. It's cumulative, but it's still small. But land use change, disturbing forests, creating gaps, increasing borders, and leading to fires is still the major driver, and then it gets synergetic with the climate change. So that this perception that perhaps tipping points are coming not because of climate change, but because of the synergy of land use. And why I ask that? Because the feeling is when we just talk about decreasing consumption of fuels, and well, this is needed, of course, but it's something that is far from the decision of local governments, while deforestation, fragmentation, mining, etc., is really under the government actions, something that can be done locally, regionally. And Brazil is failing terribly on that. We decrease the deforestation, but not enough. So it seems like this is one of the main points that should be taken in terms of the responsibility of each country to decrease climate change, because the effects are more synergetic with land use change. Sorry for the long thing, but I would love to hear your thoughts about that.
Okay, so thank you very much. Thank you for letting me speak first. I think how we can actually put our scientific understanding and evidence into political reality, that's a very difficult one often. But I think we need to keep communicating among us scientists too, so that we don't just go to simplest, statement like planting more trees is good, but that's not that simple. And the people, general public, requires some more. It's hard to communicate complexity and uncertainty, but we cannot give up. But at the bottom of it, to prevent our scientific understanding into the reality, is people who gain from continuing destructive practice, whether it's a big agri-system, people who gain versus people who suffer, that's different. But the balance of people who suffer, there are a lot more of us who end up with suffering. So how can we actually have people realize that what's in the political movement? So I really was encouraged to hear like how the producers' organizations are now talking about switching to more sustainable practice. So how we can actually communicate that kind of solution to be the good for the 99 out of 100 in the world, because one may want to continue the destructive practice for the short-term profit. So how can the 99, the rest of the us, both in developed countries, which are consumer countries, I think there are certain things that can be done when we think about the food systems and resource supply chains. But the answer may be scientists trying to communicate complex stories, but we really need to be communicating among us as well. So that's not a complete answer, but that's my thought. Thank you.
Okay. Regarding the electric eels, why physiologically it's practically impossible. The energy is the voltage is very high, but the current is very low. So the power is very small. So when you enter the forest with aluminum canoe, you can be hurt, but it's just a shock. It cannot sustain power for a long time. It's practically impossible. And also, I must mention that we have several species that are able to do the same thing. Several species of fish, not belonging only to electrophorid, that is this group that we have here in the Amazon, but in Africa, for example, we have several catfishes that can generate energy as well. Here at INPA, we have an important laboratory studying electric fish. We have more than 100 species here in the Amazon generating that are called electric fish generating electricity. Hi, Elena. This is $1 million question. Yeah. I would like, to pinpoint, would like to comment, this, but I would like this moment just pinpoint. I think that we have a lot of information about tropical forest in general and in the Amazon in particular. I think it's time, it's more than time to convert this information in new products, in new process, and transfer to the people, so we can improve the quality of life and social inclusion and better income for the people in general. I think, we have several value chains here in the Amazon that are incomplete, but we don't know. We have information to better organize these value chains, so we have to do that. Secondly, I think that we have now several electronic technologies like artificial intelligence, for example, to support cyberspace and answer questions that we have in different micro-regions of the Amazon. Every micro-regions in the Amazon have different characteristics. We must learn those characteristics, understand their culture, and produce the information they need for a better income there. I think that, we should have in the different places of the Amazon and Amazonian countries this kind of structure that can transform the information according to the population, the human needs of those locals. I think that is one possibility. And finally, the third point is education. We should change the way we are teaching our kids. I think that is not possible. It's not possible anymore to bring exogenous information to our kids that's far away in the middle of the forest. They want to learn about tambaqui, not carp. They want to learn about the monkeys they have there, not about elephants or lions. They want to be connected with their local conditions. So education is fundamental if we want to conserve the environment. Look, I'm using the word conservation, not preservation. Conservation means let's to use the information that is hidden in the forest, not preserve as it is. We have to learn what is hidden there and use the information. And finally, Fernanda, I think that's very important, that not only synergy should be considered, but connectivity. I think SPA, discussed this aspect in a very specific moment. Connectivity and synergy is a big, big problem in the Amazon, and I think that governments and actions and politicians should consider the decisions they take based on this. We cannot go fast enough to control climate change, although we want it, but we can control deforestation, we can control very fast pollution, mercury, for example, and we can control connectivity. Thank you.
Helena, I think one of the most important duties of scientific associations is not just addressed to governments, but also to society and also to private sector. Private sector, the big food companies, they are all poor agriculture, regenerative tropical agriculture. But the technologies, would it be open or closed? Would it be accessible to everyone or monopoly of a few companies? And I think we are living in a moment where, as the model of agricultural growth is exhausted, this is self-evident. The multilateral organizations, the World Economic Forum, for instance, published a report on ultra-processed food in December 23, which is devastating. I have never seen a report so strong against a sector so important in the frame of a World Economic Forum as this report. It's not enough to say you have to reduce a little salt or a little of sugar in our products. We have to cease the production of ultra-processed food, because this is killing, this is the main driver of the disease that killed the most in the world. It's not enough to say, I will discover a pesticide that is a little more efficient. We have to have a plan to suppress pesticides and synthetic fertilizers of the agricultural landscape. It's not enough to say, I will reduce a little of antibiotics in animals. We have to do, and European Union is doing it, in the change of the law in the use of antibiotics of animals. So I think it's the governance government have a power very important, but we have to address also a private sector. And just to finish, particularly in Brazil, agricultural expansion over forest has not just a productive goal. It has a patrimonial goal which is central in the formation of Brazil, and it's central until today to the agricultural sector. And this has to be fight against.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Adalberto Val, Dr. Kaoru Kitajima, and Dr. Ricardo Brumagani. Thank you very much for your very nice contribution for this table.
We have a small coffee break right now, and we will be back at 11 o'clock. sustainable future. And I have the pleasure to invite Professor Helena Nader to coordinate the session.
Thank you all. For me, it's an honor to be coordinating this roundtable discussion. We have, I was thinking something like 15 minutes for each participant so that we can have some time for discussion. And since we are science academies gathering together in here, we decided that would be very interesting to know how can global climate frontiers be addressed as the international scientific cooperation for this sustainable future. So the first speaker that I have the honor to present is Karen Stryer. Karen's Vilas Research Professor and Arvind Devor Professor of Anthropology at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. She received her PhD in anthropology from Harvard University and is an international authority of endangered northern mudiki monkey. We love mudikis, and she loves mudikis, beside other monkeys too. But mudikis, I think, was the first love. So she has been studying the Brazilian Atlantic forest since 1982. She's the co-chair of Inter-American Network of Academies of Science, IANAS, and fellow of the U.S. National Academy of Science, NAS, and the Brazilian Academy of Science, the American Academy of Arts and Science, and the AAAS, American Association for the Advancement of Science. And she is my very dearest friend. So thank you for being here, Karen. It's an honor to have you here.
Thank you so much, Elena. I'm here mostly because of Elena, because I never would have wanted to be a co-chair of IANAS if it weren't for the opportunity to work with Elena for 3 years when we started. Elena just rotated off the chairship, and my new co-chair is Alberto Gago from the Peruvian National Academy of Sciences. He couldn't be here today. He's actually on doing research in Germany, but he's here with us in spirit. So I wanted to tell you a little bit more about IANAS. Many of you already know about IANAS, but for those of you who don't, it's a regional network that was founded in 2004 to strengthen scientific communities in the hemisphere. So we represent 23 academies from Canada in the north through the US, Mexico, Central America, all the way to the 2 academies in Argentina. And we're established with the main goal of providing an independent source of scientific information for policy advisors to governments on science, technology, and health. We also emphasize that we're a network, and so different from all the individual academies. We think of networks as powerful instruments, tools to use that for sharing information and for getting information that's relevant out into the communities. And this is something that, the opportunities to do this wax and wane. Sometimes there are more opportunities, and sometimes they're rare. And a lot of it depends on our ability to reach the people we're trying to reach, which includes governments as well as institutions and organizations and the public. Now, we see ourselves as being the only regional organization in the Americas that is actually representing the science academies. So there are other science organizations, but we represent the national academies for each of the countries. And that puts us in a unique position to engage in efforts that are specific to the region, and sustainable development and equitable development are among our top priorities, as well as to help build the network among science. And we represent all different fields of science, something that doesn't happen often. And we try to fill the gap between science communities and government and non-government agencies. Now, some of our different organizations or participations in the last few years have included representation at the S20 that was held in Rio and sponsored by the Brazilian Academy of Science. And we were invited for the first time, I think. Helena Nader, who was the shepherd for that meeting, thought it was important to have not just the S20 representatives, but also representatives from all the regional academies. And this was a great opportunity because it gave us a voice to participate in some of the conversation and drafting of the final statements, as well as an opportunity to learn how countries that weren't part of our particular network saw the role of science in the world. And another thing that we've engaged in has been defending science. And I have to say that when I first got involved, we were writing the third letter of in defense of science for Nicaragua. We wrote a few letters for Argentina. I never, in my wildest imagination, would have thought that in 2025, we would be writing a letter to defend science in the United States. I couldn't believe it, but we did it. And just so you know, because it's public, the US did not sign our letter. The US National Academy could not sign the letter because it was considered to be too political. So we were able to produce the letter anyway. We signed it as the co-chairs of IANES with the support of 20 of the 23 IANES academies. And we cited statements that were published by other science academies, Europeans, and I believe Australia also had one. So the NAS could not sign it, but they did distribute it. They publicized it through their membership services to all members of the Academy, which meant we could share it like I'm sharing it here. And I thought that was a good compromise on their part, considering the constraints that they were under. We have an upcoming participation, and you heard yesterday about the IAP will be represented at the upcoming General Assembly, where we're organizing a session on trust in science and how to recruit or sustain knowledge systems in a resilient way. And our point here is to think a little bit more broadly than most of us usually do about these concerns. And we have representatives from the other regional academies, including the European and the African academies, as well as Australia and the Brazilian Academy. So I think it's going to be a really interesting session with a lot of opportunities to talk about how we can defend science in different parts of the world and what are the common themes as well as the differences, and maybe we can learn from each other's strategies as this becomes increasingly important. IANES has a series of long-standing programs, and probably the two ongoing programs that are still very important are the Women for Science program and the Water program. And these are led by different people. Gloria Dubner from Argentina has been the long-standing leader of the Women for Science program. We think it's one of the strongest programs in the Americas for this purpose. And it attracts, it gives opportunities for young women scientists to get recognition through competitive awards, as well as record their stories in videos. And they routinely meet. It's a really active group. When we were talking about the IANAS Women for Science program most recently in Mexico, the group of the Mexican Academy for Science, Women for Science program asked to interact with us. I mean, that's just exactly what we're trying to do. The water program is also a very established program. It's been led for many years by Catherine Vayman from Nicaragua, and it's been involved in producing webinars, capacity training, as well as international conferences, and including one that produced a publication that was looking at water on the two continents of the Americas and Africa. And they're very active and continue to be so. 2 years ago, we started a new program. IANAS started our Amazon initiative, Science by and for the Amazon. And I mentioned this briefly last night because it was in this room that we launched the first meeting. It was really exciting. And it brought together, for the first time, all of the academies. And we talked a lot about why we were interested in the Amazon. And I won't take up time that you've already know all this, how big and important the Amazon is in the world, the mega diversity. I could not give another talk without putting some primates in. These are two of the world's most endangered primates. They both live in the state of Manaus, in the Amazon. The pied tamarin there is endemic, found only in the state of Manaus, and just a few years ago, in part thanks to some of our efforts, we were able to help create the government has created a protected reserve for these very rare monkeys. But the Amazon is a mega biodiversity region, not just for primates, but for other organisms, plants and animals. For primates, it supports 20% or more of all the world's species in one ecosystem. So, it's not just, these aren't just biodiversity as a word, these are real animals. For primatologists, they're individuals. We also have the established collaborative relationships, understandings with the Science Panel for the Amazon and with the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. And the reason for this was we understood when we were putting together the Amazon initiative that there were already some important and super productive and competent groups that had been for a long time doing a lot of research and compiling science in the Amazon. And we did not want to be in a position of trying to reproduce or recreate any of that. What we wanted to do was to help disseminate it. And the Amazon made a lot of sense for us because of the 8 countries that span the Amazon, 6 of them are part of IANAS, are members of IANAS. And actually at our meeting, we had representatives from the science communities of Guyana and Suriname, as well as the territory of French Guiana. Now, this was where we met. We were standing right here with the scenery very similar behind us, and you can see, there were 46 participants. Some people sent videos. 21 countries represented. 6 Brazilian national ministries were recommended, and a lot of other international NGOs and university people. It was really exciting. And what came out of this was a document that ultimately we call it the Manaus Letter. And it was the first time that the academies of the Americas had co-signed a statement together. This was in July of 2023, and the United States National Academy was a co-signer of this statement. It was a really exciting experience because we had shopped it around in advance, and then we worked on the wording and the details as a group, collectively, line by line. And we learned about how things like you talk about illegal mining, but do we mean all mining, or do we mean just large-scale mining or criminal mining? Just terms that meant different things in different countries. And what happened with this letter, which for historical reasons, the first time this happened with all their signatures was that it was presented at the meeting that was held a few days later, the Amazon Dialogues presented by Elena on behalf of IANAS to the Ministries of Science and Technology directly into the government's hands. So the support for science, again, doing what IANAS aims to do. We held another seminar in Washington, D.C. a year later, and this was actually an effective way to bring together people who had organizations that had different networks of people working in the Amazon. So it was our group, as well as the National Geographic. Many of you who have biology projects or biodiversity projects in the Amazon would know the National Geographic has a big program for perpetual planet expeditions. The World Wildlife Fund has a global forest team that works in the Amazon. We had a speaker from the science panel for the Amazon, and we had a speaker talking about the Centro no Brasil do Clima, about the ways in which the basically Brazilian Accounting Office could help bring government monitoring into some of the activities and provide support. Now, of course, we're here collaborating with the Brazilian Academy for the meeting that our purpose here today, the pre-COP30 meeting. And we launched 2 new projects under the guise of the Water Program, which has started a branch of their own Amazon initiative with Catherine Barman and Nicole Bernes in Peru. In fact, I think they're meeting right now or just finished their meeting in Peru, talking about management of water, forests, and sands in the Amazon, looking at securing ecosystem and human health. And they're a productive group, so we'll probably see something written by them pretty soon. And we also invited all the academies, and the 2 that came forward and programs. One was the water, and the other was a new program by the Venezuelan Academy of Sciences to look at vulnerable areas in the Amazon, the Venezuelan Amazon, that are being impacted by illegal mining. And this is a project that has a lot of components, and involves a very big group of people, but the part that we're interested in seeing is whether they can begin the project. So we were able to raise some seed money for them to start going with it, with the goal of assessing the impact of mining on these vulnerable ecological and biodiverse areas in the Amazon. Now, the Amazon initiative was started with the idea that let's start with the biggest and the one that encompasses more of our academies, but it was always intended to be the beginning of our entrance into looking at the world's biomes and biogeographic entities. And just in Mexico at our last meeting, the idea came up, posed by Juan Cristina from the Uruguayan Academy of Sciences. Maybe we should think about the Antarctic. And this was one of those great opportunities where he said this, he explained why he thought this might be interesting. And he was going to a meeting in Iceland. In fact, that's where he is right now. And so we said, great, when you're in Iceland, talk to people there and see if you can help get this off the ground. And so this is actually, we hope will be a collaborative relationship in some way or another with the Arctic Circle Polar Dialogue, which also looks not just at the Arctic, but the Antarctic and the Himalayas. And I think it's really interesting. There are no primates in the Antarctic, but there are bipedal birds. They're called penguins, and they actually migrate up the coast of Brazil, Uruguay, Argentina, and Chile. So in fact, it involves, again, at least 4 of our academies, 5 if you count the 2 in Argentina, as well as not just these academies, but also a much bigger scope. And many of you may have known this, but I didn't. know that there's a direct relationship between what happens in the Antarctic and what happens in the Amazon, and it has to do with the flow of water and climate and heat in the Atlantic Ocean. And so actually makes a lot of sense to connect the dots between these two major ecosystems. So I'm really excited about ways in which that we may be able to not just develop another new program in addition to the Amazon, but connect the Amazon to a broader group. And in conversations I had earlier with some other people, including my colleague who will speak later from Australia, maybe we'll get other academies involved in this as well. So finally, just to close, I think that it's fair to say that IANAS has something to contribute, a lot to contribute to international collaboration for a sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karen. Fantastic to show how IANAS is working deeply into the problems that we are facing as global inhabitants. And now I have the pleasure to introduce to you Cristina Branquinho. Cristina is a full professor of ecology at the Faculty of Science at University of Lisboa, University of Lisbon, and a researcher at the Center for Ecology, Evolution, and Environmental Change. Cristina Branquinho is the Vice President of the Biology Department at the university and a representative of this university in the network for environmental studies of Portuguese-speaking countries. She's member of the Lisbon Academy of Science and her research focus on understanding ecological patterns at the ecosystem level in response to environmental change such as air pollution, climate change, and eutrophication. Please, Cristina, the floor is yours. And she's here because, as you notice, we have IANAS for the Americas, and Cristina is part of the representation from Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena. So, good morning, everyone. So before I begin, I would like to express, of course, my gratitude for this kind of invitation to be and participate in this scientific meeting. It's really a privilege to join such a distinguished gathering of scientific leaders. And of course, I need to greet here publicly Elena Nader on behalf of the President of Lisbon Academy of Sciences. Because, of course, and also compliment her for the leadership in convening this vital dialogue at COP30. I also need to say salute my dear friend Henrique dos Santos Pereira, which is here and is hosting this meeting at IMPA. So we know each other for a long time, and it's really a pleasure to have you here. Thank you very much for finding time to be here now. And I also greet the other colleagues of other academies, which is a pleasure to meet you at this site in Manaus, which is really beautiful. So I will structure my presentation not in the PowerPoint, which is unusual for me, but I will speak about how climate and biodiversity crises are interconnected, using examples from Brazil and Portugal, how nature must be a solution for the climate crisis, and why we need holistic education and international scientific cooperation for a global science-based action. So we are meeting today here, not in the abstract realm of the future scenarios, as normally we do when we are doing some modeling, but in the lived reality of a planet crisis. Climate change is no longer a distant possibility, it is here, accelerating before our eyes. Alongside, it runs a more silent but equally devastating crisis, the loss of biodiversity. Together, these twin emergencies are reshaping ecosystems, destabilizing economies, and threatening societies across every continent. They are not parallel crises, but deeply interconnected ones. Climate change accelerates biodiversity loss, and biodiversity loss weakens the very systems that regulate climate. This is why our gathering here and at COP30, it's so vital to bring evidence, transparency, and cooperation for the forefront, ensuring that science guides the urgent decisions needed to safeguard both people and the planet. I will start with the topic of climate change, and I will say that from the Amazon to the Congo Basin and the Southeast Asia to the Arctic tundra, we are witnessing a convergence of extreme events, recorded breaking heat waves, prolonged droughts, catastrophic floods, and wildfires are at an unprecedented scale. Scientific evidence is clear: the Earth's climate system is disrupting. Global average temperatures have already risen by over 1.2 degrees Celsius, and we are rapidly approaching critical thresholds. Europe, from where I came, is now the fastest warming continent on Earth, since temperatures are rising at twice the global average. Southern Europe, particularly Portugal and Spain, more close to where I come, show us what it means to live on the front line of climate instability. In just 2 years, we have endured catastrophic floods in Spain that you might have heard about in 2024, claiming more than 200 lives. And in 2025, some of the largest wildfires in our history, covering 380,000 hectares in Spain and 250,000 hectares in Portugal. In fact, climate change has made extreme fire weather in Spain and Portugal 40 times more likely and 30% more intense than in the past. So speaking about restoring regime fires, it's almost impossible here. And so they cascade, all these effects cascade across other systems, weakening food security, as already has been said, destabilizing economies, and threatening human well-being. The Iberian Peninsula is not just a regional case. It's a warning to the world, because what happens in Portugal and Spain today mirrors what will unfold in dry land, coastal zones, and vulnerable ecosystems across the globe. As we all know, the Amazon forest is another climate frontier, facing its own tipping points, but in this case, it's with global consequences. This is precisely why COP30 held here in the Amazon is so significant. In these threatened ecosystems, we also have, as someone already said, indigenous peoples and local communities who rely on natural resources extraction, like hunting, fishing, gathering, and doing agriculture. In the food plains of the Amazon basin, seasonal dynamics, particularly flood policies, can drastically limit access to the wild food resources, altering livelihoods, mobility, and agricultural practices. Climate change and biodiversity loss, especially when compounded by extreme events, are accelerating a profound shift. Riverine indigenous peoples and local communities are being pushed into a food transition, forced to adapt their diets and lifestyles under growing environmental pressure. The work performed by my PhD student, Diane Rosa, in collaboration with Mamirawa Institute and the support of my dear friend Henrique Pereira, reveals that traditional diets based on fish and cassava are increasingly being replaced by ultra-processed foods, something that is was already spoken today. This transition poses serious risks not only to physical health through the rising rates of chronic disease, but also cultural identity and ecological resilience. It is a stark reminder that the climate and biodiversity crises are also crises of health, food, and culture. Protecting ecosystems must go hand in hand with protecting the ways of life that sustain them. As an expert on ecosystems, I must say that climate change is profoundly transforming ecosystems worldwide, with already some colleagues saying the same, disrupting their structure, their functioning, and the essential services they provide to humans. The rising temperatures, the shifting rainfall, the extreme events are driving biodiversity loss, which consequently alters species distribution and weakening the resilience of natural systems. We see this in many ways. Seasonal cycles are shifting, creating mismatches between species, coral reefs are bleaching, wetlands are drying, and forests are increasingly vulnerable to pests, fires, and droughts. Even the carbon cycle itself is being destabilized as ecosystems once acting as carbon sinks risk becoming now net sources of greenhouse gases. These impacts are visible across regions. Tropical forests are being pushed toward tipping points by deforestation and climate stress. Polar and alpine ecosystems are losing ice and permafrost, releasing greenhouse gases. Marine ecosystems are threatened by the warming and acidification, undermining fisheries and coastal protection. And what about drylands? Well, I would like to highlight the research conducted in the Caatinga, the largest exclusively Brazilian biome, and very understudied, and highly susceptible to climate change. A study developed by my PhD student, Ana Cláudia Pereira de Oliveira, in collaboration with Professor Renato Garcia Rodrigues from the Federal University of the São Francisco Valley and NEMA, demonstrates how ecological indicators based on plant diversity can serve as early warning systems for climate change. We were able to detect signs of declining ecosystem resilience long before other more degraded ecosystem states became visible. This research in the Caatinga does not stand alone. Aiming to understand how universal these tipping points and functional diversity patterns truly are, we are working in parallel in Portugal, where Mediterranean ecosystems are under pressure from drought, fire, and land use change, and in African savannas, where dry lands face similar risk of desertification and ecological degradation. This is an example how science can connect realities across continents, offering shared tools for adaptation and resilience. Moreover, this knowledge has been applied by Professor Renato Garcia Rodrigues and his team in the ecological restoration efforts linked to the São Francisco River transposition. Restoration initiatives have been inspired by Ana Cláudia's work on reintroducing key plant functional groups and traits capable of surviving under extreme conditions, with remarkable success. I had the opportunity to visit and witness that during the restoration conference last July in Petrolina in 2024. This science equips us not only to diagnose problems, but to guide adaptive management, helping societies anticipating risks and protect or restore the ecosystem services that sustain life. The message is clear: ecosystems everywhere are under pressure, pushed to their tipping points. When ecosystems weaken, so too does our capacity to adapt to changes. Nature is and must remain our first line of defense. Nature is not only a victim of climate change, it is one of our most powerful allies in confronting it. So healthy ecosystems mitigate climate change by absorbing greenhouse gases and support adaptation by buffering the impacts of extreme events. And I must say that forests, wetlands, peatlands, and oceans have absorbed approximately 54% of anthropogenic carbon dioxide emissions over the past decade. Tropical forests, mangroves, and peatlands store vast carbon stocks, while oceans regulate both carbon and heat. Even the albedo plays a critical role in balancing the Earth's energy system. Without these natural services, global warming would have already been far more severe. Simultaneously, nature protects us from climate impacts. So coral reefs, mangroves, and wetlands shield coastal communities from storms and flooding. Forests regulate hydrological cycles, reduce runoff and landslides, and recharge aquifers. Urban green spaces help cool cities with really large amount of degrees, while biodiversity underpins food security, pollination, and public health. Crucially, ecosystems safeguard also the rights and the livelihoods of the indigenous peoples and local communities. So the message is unequivocal. Investing in nature is not a substitute for decarbonization, but without nature as our ally, there will be no climate resilience. To achieve this, we must conserve and, where necessary, restore ecosystems and recognize the intrinsic value of biodiversity. These require political will, as Elena said, international cooperation, equitable financing mechanisms that treat carbon and biodiversity as global common goods. And This is where science and education must lead. The climate and biodiversity crises are deeply complex, and complexity demands literacy since the beginning, since the young ages. And not only natural sciences, but exactly on the other sciences, such as economy, law, engineering, health, culture. Without ecological and climate understanding among those who shape policies, infrastructures, and institutions, our response will remain fragmented and inadequate. For example, we are teaching sustainability at university level is not just about content. It is about dismantling disciplinary silos as well. At the University of Lisbon, we have developed programs that reflect this need. We have a PhD in sustainability science that brings together the 18 schools of the University of Lisbon, fostering collaborations across fields, from law to medicine, from economics to ecology. Students like Diana Rosa, which is studying at the Amazon, are trained to think across boundaries, to integrate knowledge, and to design solutions that match the complexity of the climate and biodiversity crisis. We also can embrace the emerging field of planetary health, because it integrates a lot of what we've been discussing here. Because it protects the human, so it protects human health and planetary health at the same level. In 2025, we launched the first PhD in planetary health studies, designed to train these professionals, and we are really expecting that this type of professionals can also make a difference. This initiative reflects a broader conviction that only through holistic, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary education can we equip the next generation to navigate the challenges ahead and design solutions that match the scale and complexity of our time. But we also need to improve the way we do science. Ecosystems, for example, respond slowly to climate stresses, which is why long-term ecological studies are not financed but are crucial. They reveal gradual changes that would otherwise go unnoticed. But climate change affects not only nature, it interacts with societies. The response of Mediterranean drylands, of Amazonia floodplain, or an Africa savanna depends on ecological dynamics as well as on livelihoods, cultures, and governance. Comparative studies across these socio-ecological systems help us understand vulnerabilities, adaptive capacities, and transferable solutions. This roundtable of academies highlights the urgency of international scientific cooperation. No country can face these challenges alone. We need to share monitoring systems, open data, research networks, as was shown before, that integrate natural sciences and social science and indigenous knowledge. We have an example, REALP, the Environmental Studies Network of Portuguese-speaking countries, which connects universities from Brazil to Mozambique, from Portugal to East Timor. Being one of the most prominent members, our Henrique Pereira dos Santos, we do it through joint masters and PhD in a different way that I can explain afterwards, in collaborative projects, in order not only to build the knowledge, but also to empower nations to produce the science and their own language and for their own future. Academic mobility is equally vital. Programs like Erasmus allow students and researchers to exchange experiences across continents, strengthening networks and enriching education. Science must be at the heart of COP30. It offers the evidence to guide decisions, the tools to anticipate risks, and the knowledge to build resilience, but it also plays a diplomatic role, connecting regions, fostering trust, and creating a common language for cooperation, as we saw in the previous talk. As academies of sciences, we carry a shared responsibility to ensure that knowledge remains rigorous, transparent, and trusted, and that it serves the needs of both people and the planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Cristina. Fantastic. All the points that you brought us. I think we're going to have a great discussion later on. Now it's my pleasure to call Jérôme Chave Jerome is an ecologist and modeler recognized for his work on tropical forest dynamics and biodiversity theory. He is Director of Research at Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique, CNRS, and Deputy Director of Laboratoire Évolution et Diversité Biologique at the Université Toulouse III, Paul Sabatier. His research explores how tropical forests respond to global environmental change, focusing on carbon sequestration, biodiversity resilience, and ecosystem health. He earned his PhD in physics from Université Paris 11 and completed postdoctoral work at Princeton University. In 2023, Jérôme Chave was elected member of the Académie des Sciences. Please, the floor is yours, Jérôme.
Thank you so much for this invitation, for these kind words. On behalf of the French Academy of Sciences, I'd like to thank the Brazilian Academy of Sciences for having us today, the ANAS as well, for co-organizing. It's a wonderful and really significant meeting that we are really pleased to be part of. I would also like to thank Helena Neder especially for her moving words yesterday. It was heartfelt, and I hope this will address some of your concerns today, and pass the greetings of Françoise Combe, who is the current president of the Academy of Sciences. Also, it's very relevant that IANAS is participant of this meeting and co-organizing. As you noticed, French territory of French Guiana is not part of IANAS. Hopefully we can work together to make this happen in the future. And also would like to mention that the call that will be discussed tomorrow is not only about tropical America, it's also about Africa, it's also about Southeast Asia, and all this diversity will necessitate to collaborate with more partners. I know a representative from Senegal will be speaking just afterwards. It's great. I would like to mention the importance of the African Academy of Sciences to coordinate like IANAS is doing for for the Americas, and there are certainly more opportunities here. I'd like to say a few words about the significance of this meeting today. One of them is that the choice of the city of Manaus is symbolic on more as a center of tropical forest. When you go on a map, this is really the center of the Amazon is Manaus, so really we are at the heart of it. The choice of the venue, INPA, is also very important, as it's also very symbolic in many senses. I'd like to stress that without the research conducted at INPA, we would not be where we are today in terms of knowledge. It's very important. It's hard-won knowledge. I was very pleased to see that a new generation of world-leading scientists are now being hired. A lot of them are women scientists who will be leading science tomorrow for our fields in all their diversity. So that's a very important sign. And I'd like to congratulate the former director, Adalberto Val, for leading the way, and especially Enrique Pereira for leading this wonderful institution. So thank you very much for that. It's also important to mention that France has always had a privileged relationship with Brazil in many ways. As you may know, the Academy of Sciences in France has been created in 1666, which is quite a few years ago. I think the collaborations between our two institutions has been a long story. The most recent event was the S20 meeting organized in Rio de Janeiro by the Brazilian Academy of Sciences, and I must say it has been rippling effects in France, in our academy. Everybody was talking about it afterwards, and still today, in preparation for the S20 of Johannesburg, this is still happening. So thank you and congratulations for this fantastic organization. Now, another point of contact is, of course, as I said before, French Guiana, which is a French territory. For France, it's its largest border of any other country. So Brazil is the largest border of France, before Italy, before Spain, and before Germany. So I think we are underestimating this privilege to have contacts and interactions between our two great countries. And I'm not even mentioning food, culture, and all the other aspects that make our countries very close together. Over the past few years, there have been more collaborations and more opportunity for collaborations. So Henrique Pereira yesterday mentioned the CFBBA, which stands for the Center for Franco-Brazilian Biodiversity in the Amazon. That's quite a mouthful for an acronym, but the intention is really to foster bi-national research between Brazil and France, and Brazil first and France after, in the Amazon, and especially in the northern state of the Amazon, and with French Guiana being a focal point for the research. So the question is, how do we want to work together, but also exchange knowledge and do all of what we've been trying to discuss over the past few hours now, but even a couple of days. This initiative is led also by Henrique Pereira with Abdel Sifedin, who is head of IRD based in Brasilia. So I acknowledge this initiative. Third, the organization of COP30 in Belém this year is not only a very important event, it's a message to the world that things are now happening after Azerbaijan, after Dubai. It's now happening in countries and places where it matters. So it's a very great opportunity. As you know, the Paris meeting in 2015 was a very important event as well. Hopefully, it was COP21. It was 10 years ago already, and the landscape has changed quite a bit, as several of you have noticed before. The Paris Agreement has been a landmark agreement, and it has been signed by 196 countries. So it's in that sense, it's been a success. But let's face it, 10 years into it, we are still facing major challenges. And the challenges are macroeconomic, social, political, obviously. And the conclusion is that we are living now in a very different world than the one we were living 10 years ago. And how can we move these things forward? What can we do about this? Science has always been a beacon of hope, and the driver of science is curiosity. So I'd like to spend a few more time about this notion of curiosity, because I guess this is something we all share, irrespective of the discipline, whether we are doing health science, human and social sciences, biology, and other, all these types of science. Personally, I am curious to learn that we still don't know how many tree species there are in the Amazon. This is such a simple question, a question that my daughter could have asked 10 years ago. She's 15 now, and she did actually. And we have no idea. Some say 6,000, some say 15,000. This is how much we know. So we don't know that much, actually. And the little that we know is owing to the scientists of INPA and other countries and all other institutions across the Amazon who've spent decades and more collecting data across the Amazon. And still, when put on the map, this base of knowledge is very small. So we need more of this research. We should not assume for a minute that we know everything, and we should support long-term research in the Amazon and elsewhere. Obviously, the Amazon is a bit of a magnet, but dry tropical forests, dry ecosystems are also very important as well. And so we should not be only focused in the Amazon here. all the tropics are equivalently important and threatened. I am also curious to understand the carbon balance of these ecosystems. Are tropical forests a source or a sink of CO2? And we don't actually know that much about it. We have permanent forest inventories that can tell us whether the net balance is positive or negative. We have very exciting projects like Amazon Face, which may give some insights about this question. But this is still a minuscule amount of knowledge relative to the magnitude of the challenge. So we actually invest too little in science for the moment in these very critical areas. We also don't know about the evolutionary causes of this amazing Amazonian biodiversity. We've heard from Adalberto Val that we know a little bit more now. We know that since the demise of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, there was almost, before that, there was almost no tropical forest. And the Amazon is much more recent than that, which is something we didn't know 25 years ago. And we know this because people have been working with DNA, they've been working in paleontology, and we have all this base of knowledge that has been very important to shape a completely new vision of what biodiversity means in the Amazon. And that includes all life forms, really, not only trees, obviously. So all of that needs to be based on this solid knowledge, a long-term knowledge, and this knowledge base cannot be decided overnight by some politicians, I'm sorry to say. And so this, we should shelter and cherish this type of long-term ecological research. The last point I'd like to make is, as scientists, we need to be careful not to oversell of achievements. As I was saying, there is so much that we don't know. And also not to overplay the threats associated to what we are talking about. There is no shortage of doomsday scenarios for planet Earth, as we all know, but in reality, slow and continuous changes are often more risky than tipping points. And this is something that's much more difficult to convey to the public, to convey to politicians, but that's the reality and we need to account for it. So we should make sure that our tipping point narratives are not giving a message of despair and hopelessness to the public. So I'll conclude by repeating my points. We need a strong leadership in the Amazon. INPA is a key element, and Brazil is a key participant of this leadership. And we will be happy as the French Academy of Science to follow your leadership. Second, I hope that strengthening the collaboration between the Amazon states of Brazil and French Guiana will be facilitated by the CFBBA, and I'm really confident that this will happen in addition to all the other initiatives around this. Third, COP30 should become a major scientific and political event, and Brazil is the world leader of this movement, and I'm so proud to be here today to just talk about this. And the last point is science should be curiosity-driven, not fear-driven. And if we don't do that, we run the risk of not engaging the new generation, our children or grandchildren, into science, which is what fascinates us and what brings us as better persons. So I think we should convey those messages as part of COP30 or in other occasions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jerome, for your fantastic points. And it looks like it's raining, which is good in a sense, or maybe not. Let's check later on. So now I have the privilege of calling Professor Mohamedou Guelay Sall. He's a professor of pediatrics and child nutrition, laureate of the Schools of Medicine of Dakar, Senegal, in 1979, La Sapienza di Roma, Italy, 1984, and University of California, San Diego, USA, 1994. and expert of African Union on nutrition in all questions regarding Codex Alimentarus. Past president of the country coordinating mechanism, Senegal, for the Global Fund. Expert on National Superior Authority of Quality Assurance of Universities and High Schools of Health since 2012. And member of Senegal, Senegalese Evaluation Association since 2014. Full member of the Senegal National Academy of Science and Technology, and the floor is yours. Where is he? There. And I'm really pleased because Brazilian Academy of Science, last WAS meeting that was a few weeks ago, we just signed an agreement, and it's an honor to have you here, Professor. It's cold.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Greetings to all of you from Senegal, small country of West Africa. Best thanks to Brazilian Academy of Science for the invitation. And congratulations for organizing this meeting to build stronger international scientific collaboration. An opportunity to share with you some aspect of climate change challenge and impact in Senegal, but focusing especially on agriculture and nutrition. Next, please. As we know, climate change is reshaping livelihoods in Senegal. And agriculture and nutrition are at the center of its impact. What we want to do with this presentation is just to highlight some challenges, impact, and strategies for resilience. Next, please. About the context. In Senegal, we have rising temperature, 1.3 since 1960. And then we have irregular rainfall and frequent droughts. Coastal erosion, as you see here, and flooding in low-lying areas. Next, please. When you look at the vulnerability climate map, Senegal is in the Sahel, the yellow one. And climate is becoming desertic. Next, please. What are the impacts on agriculture? First, declining yields of millet, sorghum, maize, and groundnuts. Dependence on rainfall farming. More than 90% of cultivated land. Irregular flood affecting rice production. Next, please. And then we have land degradation and desertification, loss of fertile topsoil and vegetation, expansion of desert, and increased salinity and deforestation. Next, please. Consequence: reduced pasture and water capacity, ocean warming, overfishing threatened fish stocks, protein intake reduced in the country. Next. Lower food availability and higher prices. Increase household vulnerability to hunger, seasonal food insecurity. Next, please. All these problems impact on nutrition and health. Stunting. In our country, 20% of children under 5 are stunted. Anemia is very common, more than 60% in children and more than 65% in pregnant women. Climate shock worsen disease and malnutrition cycle. This is a photo of a malnourished child. You see, when you look at the hairs, you think it is perhaps something who is not a black man. Hairs become change. Next, please. About water sanitation, there is contamination of drinking waters, rising diarrhea and vector-borne disease, and health system is always under stress. Next, please. What are the strategy we build to address this issue? We have a national adaptation plan. We have also a nationality determined contribution, climate-smart agriculture and reforestation, and sustainable irrigation initiative. Next, please. Community drought-resistant crops and agrology, women's cooperative, and lot of research, international research with institution on climate nutrition link. Next. What are the key challenges and the response? First challenge, impracticable rainfall. We spend irrigation, water harvest, land degradation, promote agroforestry, soil restoration, food insecurity, support local food system, and the big issue is limited funding. Then we try to strengthen research and financing. Next. What are our future direction? We need to integrate climate adaptation into national nutrition policies, promote youth engagement in green agriculture, and it is what we are waiting for this meeting, encourage international cooperation for climate resistance. Next, and it is my conclusion, climate change is both an environmental and public health challenge. Yesterday, we heard from IEP speech, big issue of health problem with climate crisis. No, please come back. Please come back. Stop. Strengthening the agriculture nutrition nexus is vital and resilient, well-nourished Senegal require collective action. And we welcome you in the international collaboration to come to Senegal and share with us our national dishes: rice, fish, and vegetable. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker is Stuart Bunn. Stuart Bunn is Professor Emeritus at the Australian Rivers Institute at Griffith University in Brisbane. And until July 2022 was the founding director. His major research interests are in the ecology of river and wetland systems, with a particular focus on the science to underpin river management. Stuart is currently a member of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and has previously served as a National Water Commissioner and as a Director of Land and Water in Australia. He was appointed to the Earth Commissions, hosted by Future Earth, in 2019, and in 2022 was elected as Fellow of the Australian Academy of Science. And now we have then the fourth representative from the other continent. So thank you so much again for being here with us. We had Americas, Europe, okay, Africa, and now a kind of Asia.
We're going down under.
There. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be able to come back to Manaus. And I'm very grateful to the Brazilian Academy for the invitation to the Australian Academy. It's a great opportunity to be here to represent the Academy, and our President sends his apology for not being able to be here. I don't think anyone in the room here would disagree that science collaboration is really, really important. That no single researcher, no single institution, and indeed no single country has the expertise and the capacity, the resources to tackle the complex global challenges that we're currently facing. And so what I thought I'd do today is really touch on three topics. One is, how do we go about improving the way we coordinate and support international cooperation? How can we use science better in diplomatic forums? And how can we strengthen the links between science and end users, particularly between government and industry, in terms of providing science advice and informing policy? Many years ago, I had the opportunity to be involved in some of the global science programs. These, many of you will remember, some of them were formed many decades ago. And in 2001, 4 of the major global science programs got together to form the Earth System Science Partnership, and that was really a vehicle for international science collaboration for more than a decade tackling 4 of the global sustainability, major sustainability issues around water, climate, food, and health. Of course, more recently, the Earth System Science Partnership and indeed these global programs were changed in a significant way in 2013 with the formation of Future Earth. And those opportunities through these programs have largely been now devolved back to the global hubs that have been established under Future Earth. One of the programs that was mentioned earlier that I've been involved with since 2019 is in fact hosted by the Global Hub in Stockholm, known as the Earth Commission. This is really the science platform under the Global Commons Alliance. And the focus of the work within the Earth Commission is really around how do we, what sort of science do we need for a just world on a safe planet? The Earth Commission is really tasked with doing an independent assessment of the Earth system. The appointees to it were appointed by Future Earth. It represents more than 80 scientists, both natural and social scientists from across more than 20 countries. And really the task has been not just to look at what was the planetary boundary concept, but to expand on that to include not only considerations of what is safe for the planet, safe for humans, but also bring in a justice dimension to that, to look at justice not only inter and intra-generational justice, but also interspecies justice. And importantly, and I think importantly for the discussions around the COP30 meeting, is that it's clear too not just to be focused on climate alone, but to be focused on the other Earth system boundaries, and particularly the interactions that are occurring between climate and surface water and groundwater and the nutrient cycles as well. And certainly that's been a big focus of the work that the Commission is doing to understand what is effectively a safe corridor for people and planet. And more recently, what are the transformation pathways that are necessary for society to navigate its way into a safe corridor along those particular dimensions? And also, how might we translate those pathways to the actors who may be able to respond to them? Particularly the work has been focused on the roles in which cities can play and the roles in which companies can play in doing their part, if you like, to stay within the safe and just space for the planet. Those larger international collaborations, I think, have been really quite important for providing the sort of, the small resources that it takes to actually bring people together and to work on some of those issues. But it is also possible to establish these sorts of collaborations on a smaller scale as well. And this is an example of one that I've been involved with now for over 10 years. It's a bilateral partnership in science focused on tropical water systems between Brazil and Australia. And in fact, the reason I'm in Brazil on this particular trip is to do some more work within the Tropical Water Research Alliance, and that work has been supported by them and the Australian Embassy here in Brazil. It's the 80th anniversary of collaborations between Australia and Brazil at the moment. There's quite a bit of celebration been going on here. But this particular relationship commenced in 2015. There were significant droughts in Brazil. The Australian government was asked to bring people over to Brazil to talk to agencies and research bodies in Brazil, really to exchange information about lessons about water management and what lessons Australia had learned during its big millennium drought in the 2000s. And that initial meeting, initial meetings I should say, involved 30 meetings over the course of several weeks with government, with industry and universities in June 2015. And from that, this particular collaboration evolved. The TWA now involves nearly 90 institutions. Many of them are in Brazil. More than 200 scientists are taking part in that. And the really key things about that is really to promote student and exchange and joint supervision of students. It's hosted a number of workshops and meetings, both in Australia and Brazil. And the work that's been undertaken in Brazil has really been done under now what is a professional body that has been established as a way of facilitating funding to support this particular initiative. I will say, although that part of it has been really successful, funding for the international exchange has been still really quite constrained, and it's been very difficult to be able to find equivalent funding from the Australian side to allow more exchange back into Brazil. The Academy of Science itself recognises the importance of that science collaboration and certainly the need for long-term science, and it's just released its major science strategy over the next few years. It's really recognising that funding models are needed to support that international collaboration. There are very, very limited funding sources within Australia for international collaboration, and particularly funding required to support infrastructure development. The Australian Academy has decided to rejoin the Belmont Forum as a vehicle for supporting some of that. It's done that through Future Earth Australia, which is the hub that is hosted under the Academy of Science. And so we're hoping that by rejoining the Belmont Forum, that will provide an opportunity to establish further long-term science collaborations with our international partners. The Decadal Plan for Australian Earth System Science, which was released last year, also recommends that Australia does establish an integrated and a standardised and curated observational data system, really expanding on that effort. And in part, that's to provide a point of contact to coordinate with international groups who are doing similar things, resolving some capability gaps, but it also is the opportunity to contribute Australian capabilities to fill gaps that we identify overseas. The second point that I wanted to raise really is around science diplomacy, and it's just recognising that the role that science can play in fostering mutual understanding and to help navigate political complexities. And some examples recently that the Academy's been involved with from the Indo-Pacific. Australia and New Guinea recently signed a bilateral security agreement, and within that security agreement there's a big focus on emphasising climate resilience and critical infrastructure in response to that, really emphasising an important role that science can play in building those security arrangements between countries, and science does have a key role to play there. Recently too, the Academy's been involved in building again relationships with the Chinese Academy of Science. Relationships between Australia and China have become quite strained over the last decade, and collaborating with bodies like the Chinese Academy of Science is really an ideal soft diplomacy mechanism to collaborate in areas that don't pose security risks to the countries, either country. So collaborating on things like environmental protection and biodiversity are seen as a really important way to use science to build those relationships between our respective countries. It's a powerful geopolitical tool, the Academy recognises that, but we acknowledge that efforts in Australia really are quite patchy and really centre around a number of individual initiatives. And as the Academy recognises that much better coordination is needed between governments, academia, research institutions and diplomatic channels to build the importance of that, or to strengthen our diplomacy, or the role of science in diplomacy. I'm not sure what it's like in Brazil, but security concerns are increasingly becoming important in influencing the way we do our science, particularly who we collaborate in science. And it's become a real issue in the university that I work on too. There's a lot of scrutiny in universities as to how you go about engaging with international partners, and a lot of security checks undertaken to be able to even investigate new collaborations. And I think really what the Academy has drawn attention to is that there is a real need here to balance national security interests with openness, so that we don't restrict scientific freedom. And I think in issues like climate change, environmental biodiversity protection, these are areas where really they're not posing national security risks and are important areas that we can collaborate on. We can also use those links to build our relationship or strengthen our involvement of science into policy, into decision makers. And these are a couple of examples of how we've been able to use those collaborations. These are collaborations that were established between government agencies, but in which science played a really key role. The Australian government's aid program ran a major environmental development program in China between 2007 and 2012. And that really has supported the development of water allocation planning in China, strengthening their climate change policies as a result of doing that. Those particular programs were done between government agencies. In the case of China, the Ministry of Water Resources and their Ministry of Environment. But it did have a strong technical underpinning, and I was one of the leads for the technical program that helped to guide some of that. So it's an important example of how we can use science to influence and affect change in policy, even within international agencies. The Australian government is also recently renewing its collaboration in water management with the National Water Agency in Brazil. That particular arrangement has been in place for some time. And again, that involves a collaboration between science groups like our institute, also within Australian government management agencies at the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, of which I'm currently a board member. One of the things I wondered, maybe a point for discussion at the COP30 meeting, is how do we explore opportunities to embed science, research and training of that in our international trade and security agreements that we find. We very rarely see trade agreements between countries, bilateral trade agreements, that explicitly say that as part of the agreement that we're going to support scientific exchange as part of those particular agreements. And I think that would be a potential mechanism to increase the role that science can play in these international agreements. And the final point I wanted to emphasise is that in my research experience, I can't underestimate the value that I've had from my research experience in working closely with government and industry. The Australian research sector for a long time has really encouraged and supported scientists to work very actively with representatives from government and industry. And some of the major science funding programs in Australia were actually set up to facilitate and encourage those particular collaborations. The cooperative research programs is a really big one, started in 1990, so these programs are more than 3 decades old. And the idea of these was to bring together the best scientists together with public and private sector end users from industry and government, who played a key role then in helping define what the science questions were, played a key role in many cases in actually doing the research, but importantly provided the opportunity for science to really inform management and inform policy development. The program had a big focus on public good outcomes initially. Its focus has moved since 2004 to be focused more on commercialisation, so some of the public good programs are no longer happening. The Department of Environment in Australia, the Commonwealth Environment Department, established a similar program in 2005, and again, these are partnered programs between government agencies in particular and research groups to form large collaborative research hubs. And the the National Environmental Science Program is a really good example of that, of, again, facilitating those relationships. And I think this is a key message, that, again, that I'd like to leave you with, just how important it has been to be able to establish those partnerships with governments so that our science has the opportunity to directly inform decision makers, particularly in government. And on that, I thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah. I would like to call the 5 of you to come to answer some questions for discussion, because we can be delayed because we're going to have lunch very near here. We're going to walk to the restaurant, and we're coming back so by walk. So please, the 5. One is missing. Oh, there he is. Obrigada, Vitor. So, is there a question there? Yeah, Vitor, please. Because it's being transmitted and taped.
Thank you, Elena, and thank you everyone from the panel. That was an excellent showcase. Boris Ochoa-Tocachi from the Academy of Sciences of Ecuador. I think that when we want to talk about boundaries and transboundary cooperation between countries, I think we also need to talk about boundaries in science. And the exact physical and natural sciences need to talk with the economic, political, and social sciences. We have seen a lot of science distrust that is being researched in human behavior research, for example, and that is not accidental, that is deliberate. And I think that one of the causes, for example, is that science will really try to seek more governmental regulation, and that is something that economic liberals do not like. Science is political, and I'm not talking about only policy, but I'm talking about politics as well. And climate change, water security, biodiversity loss are not only environmental issues, they are also economic issues. And talking about economic, we need to try to find this collaboration with the private sector as well. And when we talk about economics, we also need to refer to these financial mechanisms in which we can see natural capital and ecosystem services as these global common goods. So my question is, how can we really break these boundaries within science? How can we really talk about these transdisciplinary cooperations before we actually talk about these transboundary cooperations between countries?
Thank you. Any more questions? There, please. Não está funcionando.
Thank you. A short one. It's maybe a topic that hasn't been discussed yet, but I would like to make sure that this will come up at the final document. So the question is, how can the world's science academies reaffirm that communicating science is an ethical duty? Ensuring that scientists actively engage society to confront denialism and defend truth as the foundation of democracy. And should the Manaus meeting document, final document, include a clear commitment to this shared responsibility?
Any other comments? Yes.
So thank you for the presentations, and I would like to talk a little bit about the last one, because we as a ministry and the government, we are always negotiate some also declarations and agreements with several countries. And we can see that in the last years, we can see that some countries, they are always claiming to include in this kind of declaration the word, the expression research security. And it was not very common to hear this. We were always discussing open science, open data, open innovation, and the focus was the collaboration. And I really enjoyed what the representative from France mentioned, that science is curiosity-driven, not fear-driven. So my question is, how the Academy of Sciences can support, also mention to the government, that the focus of science supporting global governance should be cooperation and development. This is and how to reduce inequalities, asymmetries. We know that sovereignty is important, national security is important, but when you go to these forums or multilateral mechanisms, I think the international cooperation should be the most important and focused thing to discuss. And how is the role of science academies in providing these inputs to governments so they can also use this for the national position in such forums? Thank you.
Marcos Michel from the Bolivian Academy of Sciences. I would like to make a question about if we could develop multinational projects from COP30, probably forming a multinational equip, and if at the same time support the politics from the government. This is the question. Thank you. If we could conform or develop a team from the COP30 in order to develop projects, multinational projects, and support the politics from the governments.
Ladies first. Okay, Karen.
All right.
Perfect.
Is this one on? Yeah, that's great. Okay, thank you for those questions. I think the first one, that recognition that how do we build greater collaboration, cooperation across disciplines. I think that's really been an important point, and it's certainly one of the key mechanisms that the Earth Commission has been using, to really make sure that the work we're doing is transdisciplinary in the way things are being designed, involving social scientists, economists. I mean, because these, as you say, are important. Without that, we're never going to solve some of the key problems that we're facing. One of the things the Academy is also working on at the moment is how do we really more effectively engage with Indigenous knowledges within the projects and the science that we do as well. And there's a number of initiatives underway in Australia at the moment to make sure that we have, that we take into account Indigenous perspectives in our, and Indigenous knowledge systems in our thinking as well. Just in terms of the question around research security, I think that was the intent of your question. Although there's a great focus in Australia on the potential national security issues around scientific collaboration, it's still not meant to be an impediment to openness of science and openness and sharing of scientific information. Certainly issues have been raised by our government around research, some research areas that are seen to have national security implications. But certainly in the areas that I've worked in, as I said, in environmental science, water science and so on, these are ones in which really pose very little risks to national security in that sense, and I think they're areas that we should really focus on. I think I might leave it there and pass on to our next.
Thanks. I would like to address the question about international cooperation and maybe the role about how we keep science and can interact with the politics or the political side of it from the perspective I've seen in my engagement in IANAS, where I have been able to interact with different academies, not just my own, and I will not talk about my own academy right now, but thinking about, but it's a good example, as are some of the others, that the relationships between science and their governments change, between the academies and the government policies change with elections and different, who's the president and who's in power in those respective countries. So the two things I think I've learned is, one is we can never give up. We need to be visible as a scientific entity, because we don't know when it's going to be, there's going to be another opportunity to make the case for science in our countries. And doing that at an international level, I think, is important. So it may be that in one country, I'm thinking about Mexico, because 3 years ago, Mexico wasn't visible at all in IANAS, but before that, it had been one of the leading countries in IANAS, and now it is becoming one of the leaders again. And so we couldn't have anticipated either losing Mexico or regaining Mexico as a scientific ally, and yet that's what's happened, and IANAS is here. The opportunity for international scientific collaborations is there to promote and provoke these kinds of engagements, as well as to receive them when they become available. So that also, I think, addresses a little bit the question about communication, which is that we really need to be present, be visible, and make our case. And that's one of the reasons why I think that having a statement about science and the importance of science at the COP meetings is so valuable, and for it to come from the academies of sciences, which have at different times in their histories more or less of a voice in their respective countries, as well as in the scientific community.
Thank you. I would like to address the boundaries between disciplines. I give a lot of classes to non-natural scientists, such as people from arts and from other basic formations. And where I found really that literacy at that level, it's really important, because the discourse, it's very simplistic, because at least in Europe and at least in Portugal, they know more about ecosystems and nature and carbon cycles in the 8th grade, when they don't have really formation. So they really don't integrate that level, that information. If they don't follow natural sciences, they will not be exposed a lot to the complexity of the systems. And so they are very simple on their thoughts in terms of what is the natural cycle, what is about, especially what about ecosystems, climate change. So I think that in fact, it's important that we change that so that students, even if they follow a different path, they have at least some basis on what we call sustainability, so including, of course, the social, but I'm just speaking a bit about here more climate change. And I really think that at the faculty, university level, law, engineering, economists must also have compulsory those types of topics. They cannot, they should have, like in the first year, this type of topics, even if they didn't get anything before. And then I think that, of course, at the more, let's say, research level, it's difficult when we are single discipline. So I think the only way to form those students are exposing them to different disciplines at the same time. And I think that was what I was trying to say with my talk in the case of the science of sustainability, where everyone gives classes, or in the planetary health concept, where, again, a lot of different disciplines are involved in this type of ideas. Maybe I should pass to another one, but if missing some question, I don't know. I think I'll just maybe here say that sometimes the relation with policies and politics or with governments, sometimes when there's a disaster and there's an urgency, they call us. They need something, right? Sometimes it's the curiosity that is driven and that goes, we need to then engage policymakers and so on. And it's a path that we also need to learn as communication. We need to learn this type of strategies. And I think sometimes we don't have them as a resource. So maybe we need a little bit more of that in terms of professional liaison with how we address the policymakers when we have information that is relevant for the society. Okay.
Yes, thank you. The issue of science and politics is very complex, very, very complex. And we have internal problems and external problems. External problems, evidence-based result must underline politics decision. But as we know, there are politicians who don't take care of evidence-based, especially regarding the issue of climate crisis. Some countries consider that it is not a problem. It is not a problem. This is one big issue for us. Internal problem for scientists. There is not enough integration of disciplines, especially hard science and social science. And we need more collaborative studies, including hard and social science. This is what I want to share with you about this issue of politics and science. Complex problem, very complex problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, two topics have not been covered yet, so I'll take on them. The respective representative of the Bolivian Academy of Sciences raised the question of how do we work together to create new research programs. I think this is the mandate of this assembly of academies to work together. Related to this, obviously, regulations in the different countries are not always helping the establishment of international collaborative projects, especially in the field of biodiversity. This is nothing we can do about, but we can raise these questions and clarify where we stand with respect to the law and where it comes from and where it's going. This is also related to our need as scientists in the physical science, in the biological science, to understand what we mean by the law, how it's built, and how the macroeconomic systems are underpinning this law. Because this is the biodiversity laws of the different countries are not coming from nowhere. They're coming from a political, colonial history that we need to learn about if we don't already. And much more briefly to the points raised about commitment to combating denialism and anti-science as debates that are occurring today. I absolutely agree that we need to commit to this type of pledge as a community, maybe in the call, but anyway, also make sure that this type of trend that is really worrying all of us today is pointed and is combated. Thank you.
Well, before ending, I would like to make a brief comment that we should, whenever we talk on collaboration, international collaboration, we should pay attention that should be regarded as a win-win. We should not, in this century, think of colonialism anymore. So that's the first point. And also, I would like to say that we're going to face crisis. The geopolitical situation, globally speaking, is changing funds into security, into borders. And I can understand that because now everybody's afraid of wars. And so we are going to face, and that's why I think having this meeting and starting as scientists, not as members of countries, we should keep in mind that we can do much more and we can always keep it going. So I want to thank by name Karen, Christina, Jerome, Mohammed, and Stuart, and a round of applause to all of them. Thank you so much. And now we can go for lunch, and there's going to be a leader.
Let me please recommend you to take your belongings with you. The auditorium will be open because people will be cleaning up and organizing other things in here. So just for security reasons, please take your belongings with you.